Good evening, guys. Good to see you. Hey, Backward Slow. Good to see you. And Daryl of Survival, Venerable Isle. Good to see you guys. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate that. Let's see if I missed someone. You always miss someone. Nope, not so far. Hey, PB, good to see you. You know the drill, PB. The StreamYard link is pinned in the top of the chat as usual, so feel free to click it and join me up here, buddy. Hey, David Carlisle, good to see you, brother. How are you doing? Hey, PV, that was fast.
Waiting in the wings. How you doing?
I'm doing good.
Good. Yeah, so all fine here. Moving around this week and quite a few preps, and even managed to knock a video out as well. So
yeah,
who we got here then? We got Backwards Law, Venerable Owl, David Carlisle, The Real Love Festival.
Hey, Mercy. Good to see you.
Or should I say The Real Love Survival now? He's changed his name.
Hey, Nick. Good to see you, brother. Don't be shocked. I took down all my posts a few years ago. Might start posting some again. Yeah, you should. That would be awesome, Backwards, if you did.
Yeah. Hope you've saved all your posts. Take it that's videos he's talking about.
Yeah, his videos. Dear Love Survival says I have a mini library. I think most of us have a mini library.
Yeah, essential reading. You can't beat good old paperback.
Yeah, but now we are talking not about the libraries you have at home. This is public libraries, the big ones.
Yeah.
That more normally are in every big city. Hey, Sierra, good to see you, brother. How has your week been, PV? I hope your week has been good.
Busy building things, fixing things, fitting things. Installed a new inverter for my solar array.
Yeah.
That went okay. Works fine, more efficient. Because the old one, I've had it 10 years and it just suddenly popped. A big puff of smoke come out the back of it. You don't know these things, you know, because they're such expensive units. I can't afford to have, 2 or 3 lying around the spares. So, well, I mean, it did well. I had a 1500 watt inverter, replaced that with a 2500 watt inverter. So it's more efficient.
Better one than you had.
Yeah, and it's a sort of a combination charger as well. So it does a 4-stage battery management cycle charge as well.
Okay, that's good.
So I fitted that and repaired a sort of window frame. Bit of prep shopping.
Yeah.
Apart from that, it's been outside. It's just been raining, windy. We've had one decent day, 2 decent days. But yeah, we're in
It's been raining here too.
I hear in Sweden it's either snowing or raining. There's no in between.
Yeah, we're on the plus side this time. We had at least 12 degrees Celsius here
Yeah, right.
the day before yesterday. Yeah.
Yeah, I think the jet stream was quite high up. We got a load of warm air from the south, and it went up to 15 to 17 degrees this week. But
Yeah.
it's dropping back down, so.
Yeah. But anyway, PV, for today's topic, public libraries, I think that is a good topic because I got this topic, this suggestion from Uncle Al, Bullfrog 79. So,
Yeah. Well, I view they obviously come in many shapes and sizes and forms. I view public libraries as government buildings, and so you got a commonality factor there. So when you look at a government building, you've got trained staff for a start off, and they can be trained in first aid. Obviously, they should all be trained in first aid to some form of extent. But not only that, you got obviously the book side of it as well, and any librarian should be trained not just as a sort of bookkeeper or someone who maintains an inventory, but they're also good at they should all be almost skilled researchers, if you like. And
yeah,
they've got the skills to carry that on. But the main thing they can offer, really, I'd say, is everybody who immediately thinks of a library, is the books. So you've got complete access to information, books and manuals. As we all know, knowledge is power, and you can find anything in there, from first aid, wild edible plants, DIY repairs, farming books. And even without the internet, you've got access to these resources. No matter how big the library, they'll always have a quite varied section. And as someone's mentioned earlier in the comments there, they've got their own library, but if you're in a situation then where nothing's ever going to come back, if the libraries still exist and they're still intact and haven't burnt down or been demolished, then you can fill the gaps in your own personal library by going to the public library and getting what you can there and then. Because some of us got limited space, we can't afford all to buy books and all this sort of stuff. So get your hands on the manual you need, and if you're thrust into a situation where the situation is something you haven't thought about, you might have been prepping for an earthquake or a flood or a grid down, but if something else sideswipes us all and you want a specific type of manual, then that gap can be filled by going to the library and getting the book from there.
Yeah, especially those larger libraries, you can find a lot of information there, almost about everything you want to need and know.
Of course, if it's more of a localized event, because books they're quite delicate objects, really. They're subject to moisture and sunlight damage and rain damage and all this sort of thing. More often than not, a library will be a good solid building, so it'll provide you with a good solid structure. Some places, some towns across the world, the surrounding buildings are all made of wood, things like this, and the main sort of government buildings are all quite robust and they're made of brick and stuff like that. So it might be the only building left. But so they are large, well-built structures, and they can provide the local inhabitants with some sort of temporary shelter from the elements, or even from whatever danger is looming, so to speak.
Yeah.
And likewise, you know, even if it is a sort of a localized event, they provide, if electricity is still available. I mean, some libraries might have backup generators. They'll still provide warmth and light in colder weather. And so we're talking about a big freeze or something like that. So, you know, they are vulnerable to the rest of the electrical threats that other households in the surrounding area are subject to, but they might even have their own backup generators, for instance. So,
Yeah.
and even if it isn't a localized, you know, if everyone in the vicinity isn't affected, for instance, a tornado might just destroy a 100-meter path through a town. On the other side of town, the library still could exist. So it could be a good meeting place for, you know, as well, because everyone knows what the library is. You can ask people, and it's easy to locate and find. So a good source of shelter and safety, really, in the immediate term. I'm not saying people stay there for days or weeks on end, but it's a good sort of place to just go to, I suppose, if you haven't got any plan in place. Of course, every library, they've also got their every library these days should have its own internet access. So in scenarios like the Indian Ocean tsunami,
Yeah.
various government buildings were still functioning on the higher ground, and as a government building, it could also double up as a disaster response location or center or hub, if you like. And
Yeah.
if it's got access to the internet, then it's a huge bonus, because then you've got connections to the outside world. Because, you know, local infrastructure could all be wiped out through, you know, the mobile phone system might be gone. But if you've got a physical hard line onwards, then it's a good way to contact in other people to let them know you've survived and this sort of stuff.
Yeah.
And
I
then,
watched a video on another channel. I don't remember which one. But let's say if you're a small group, and your home base is totally destroyed, and you find a library, that gives you good protection and good source of information as well. So you can create a new base there, basically, in a public library. Very useful.
well, we've all seen the day after tomorrow when they escaped the big flood coming. They all hold
Yeah.
themselves into the library, and then they start
Yeah.
burning all the books for warmth. So as a source of fuel, you got furniture in there. You can start burning all the crap novels you never really bothered about and stuff like this. So, but
Yeah.
well, I say that, but on the other side of it, you know, books are actually hard to burn. You tend to find that if anyone's ever tried to burn books, the outer covers will burn, and then even hours later, days later, you'll still be left with pages still intact in the middle. They've all got to be separated to burn properly and efficiently. So they're not really good items to burn. But well, yeah, you get the message, I suppose. But I mean, going back to this government building business, as it's a government building, it should adhere to current health and safety regulations, all this sort of stuff. So you'd expect to find, you know, a library would be a good source, along with the rest of the government buildings, for plunder. So you could be looking at, I'm talking about specific scenarios here when you got nothing else is coming back, sort of thing. So you're looking at first aid supplies. There'll always be a first aid station in a government building, so they can be looked at to be, you know, you can use them. Even things like defibrillators, which are quite expensive little units. you know, the odd library, I'm not saying they all have, but the odd library will have defibrillators in them.
Yeah.
So yeah, you know, and things within those first aid kits, most of them like they'll have 25-man first aid kit stations, and they'll all have things like eye washes and all this sort of stuff in it. So it could be quite a useful source of exploitation, if you like.
Yeah, and big libraries usually have a small kitchen for the staff there. So
yeah, well, it's another thing.
you
Yeah,
can
so
maybe find some instant coffee or whatever you can find.
And then with that, it goes hand in hand with that. They should all have toilets as well. So you've got washing facilities there. And if they got toilets and their washing facilities and a little kitchen, or some, you know, some even might have a cafe in the library, then they're going to have a store cupboard with cleaning materials in there, like bleach, mops, brooms, and stuff like that. Which, you know, a lot of people should know bleach and stuff like that's got alternative uses. So, you know, everything from cleaning to water purification to sterilizing objects to a certain extent. And you know, building a building, you can take it for all it's worth if nothing's ever going to come back. So you can strip out the lights, the wiring, the installation.
Yeah.
You can almost leave it as an empty shell if it's, you know, near to where you are and you want to. Hey, Joseph Moore, how you doing? You know, if it's near to your location, you could just take it for all it's worth. Take all the books you need that are value to you, furniture, lights, spare bulbs, all sorts of stuff. Even you can even start ripping up the flooring if you like to make I don't know, bolster up another little room if you got a spare room in your sort of location. But yeah, I mean, on the downside, if they are community sort of meeting places and hubs in localized disasters, then you got the sort of Katrina scenario where everyone descends on this building because it's established itself as a sort of aid station or a food station, and then you've got the problems associated with desperate people in small spaces, you know, all looking for whatever they can take, including what's in your pockets and stuff. So you turn your back on something, it'll be gone. And so the rule says if you can only take one book from a library, which book would you take? Well, that's a bit difficult. That
For me, it would be probably a medical book.
it should at least be two books because you got two hands.
Yeah.
Don't know. It's a difficult. I'll think about that one. Medical book, I suppose. Yeah, that's always useful. Book on survival.
Yeah.
Well, the good thing about libraries, you know, you can pick and choose. You'll have everything. And normally, a library I'd expect to have or see maps in there. So you get maps of the local area. You go to the historical section or local history. They'll have maps of the area. So you can take those and navigate your way away if you want. And Proper for the Ages says some libraries have garden tools that people can check out. It saves people money on buying the tool to only use once or twice as needed. All right. I've never come across that, but yeah.
I never come across that either. That is new to me.
There are, in association with that, there are certain libraries in Britain that have a section dedicated to seeds as well. So you have seed libraries.
Hey, Guardian Fitness. Good to see you, brother.
Guardian Fitness. So, yeah, I mean, there are a lot of unique libraries knocking around in Britain. I don't know if it occurs anywhere else in the world, but we have mobile libraries as well. So you get like a little bus that goes around the remote villages, full of
we have some we had those mobile libraries too here as well.
right.
So they're pretty book buses.
So
Really
with that, they'll obviously come from a bigger library. So large libraries will then have their own fleet of vehicles, such as a mobile library facility as well. So yeah, I'll take the bus. I think the book I would take would be something to do with electronics or solar, something like that. Yeah.
Maybe you can find some books on welding.
Yeah.
Plumbing.
The Idiot's Guide to Welding, Electronics, Plumbing, etc., etc.
Hey, Howie, good to see you, brother.
Yeah, but because it's a public building, you got to think of in a real sort of crisis, they could become targets for other people seeking resources. So if you do go to a library expecting to plunder X, Y, and Z from it, then expect to meet people if the building is still up and still exists.
Yeah.
And of course,
so,
the being a library.
The best idea is to be very careful when you decide to enter a library in that case.
Yeah. And you got to think of yourself, if you are going to go there, when are you going to go there? Because, it's in a sort of real end of civilization collapse scenario. The books ain't going to last forever. They're eventually going to succumb to water damage and exposed to the elements. So when you start to do your inventory of what you've got left, how long it's going to last, etc., what else can you get to bolster that sort of equipment up? Look at your central sort of bookstore that you've got in your house, and then you could start writing down a list of books that you need from that library as well.
Yeah, I think Howie would probably choose a book about gardening.
Yeah, those the things that will aid your self-sustainment. So I always say, if it's not sustainable, then you're not sustainable, and the clock is ticking then. So knowledge is power. Get yourself some sort of book or information that will extend your lifespan.
Triple M, welcome to the stream, my friend.
I mean, some libraries they've got they'll have their own like community programs as well. Going, don't forget to look at notice boards. Notice board will have things like as well as the standard sort of health and safety information on there. It'll have adverts for all sorts of facilities, contact boards, and things like this. So yeah, I mean, and of course, because it is a government building, it has got the health and safety aspect of it, as well as things like first aid kits. They should also have firefighting equipment on there, so they should all have in-date fire extinguishers, firefighting gear that you could quite easily get. I mean, even if it's a big event outside, like let's say there's a big terrorist event outside in the main sort of location in the town or city, and you're near the library, you can quite easily go in there, get the first aid kits, or get the fire extinguishers if it's a fire event, and then take them and go out and use them. As long as you can justify it later on, then fine.
Yeah, I agree. Edenir is in the house.
But yeah, I mean, you don't have to wait until any sort of disaster has occurred, or riot or loot, anything like this. You can always go in there beforehand and do some research in there, because your local library should have town plans in there, and it will have access to unique mapping, possibly, that you won't have access to anywhere else. So you might even have access to things like sewer systems, water plans, or other building plans, or historical records as well.
Yeah. You
Most
can find city maps. You can find basically everything, almost.
Yeah,
So
definitely. But yeah, I mean, I'd say the top 3 or 4 would be information aspect of it. Get the books you want, first aid kits, fire extinguishers, and everything else on top of that, sort of getting to be a bonus, really. Internet access, it's a warm area, a meeting place for people. It's easy to identify to someone. Meet me at the library, for instance. Everyone knows where the library is. So, yeah, most libraries have a full set
have
of
a full
ordnance.
ordnance survey maps.
Yeah, if you're in Britain or the British Isles, ordnance survey maps are the ones to get. They're the most detailed. Some of the best maps in the world. Just about every library will have access to those.
Yeah,
it's
those will be valuable.
Yeah, definitely. And then, even if the internet might have failed through telephone lines going down or anything like this, you've still got access to a computer. You've still got access to a printer, and some libraries will have photocopying access. Some libraries might even have a Fablon machine to protect maps that you've picked off the wall and stuff.
Yep.
So there's a whole host of things, really. Yeah.
And so I know some libraries have also microfilms.
Yeah, the microfilm, microfiche. That's starting to sort of disappear nowadays. I mean, even libraries are starting to disappear. We've lost a load of libraries here in Britain in the last 10 years. There's not half of what there was beforehand. And but yeah, I mean, I wonder how many people are actually members of a library these days, because we can all get things online and stuff like this. The good thing about libraries is you can get just about any book you want. If the book isn't in the library, they'll order it from another library to get sent to your library, so you can get it, so you can have access to it.
Yeah, if the ordinary regular library not have that specific book, they might order it from the university library.
Yeah, I've been to some.
It depends on what kind of books it is.
Yeah, there's some real elaborate libraries around the world. One of the best ones I've been to is in a place just outside a little town in Britain, just outside Reading, a little town called Farnborough and Aldershot. And in there, they've got this really old library. It's the Queen's Consort Library, it is, and it's full of old historical books. The good thing about that is anything pre-1992 or pre-internet, then the information hasn't been tainted in those libraries. It hasn't been subject to any sort of elaboration or bloggers and stuff like this. People like to inflate stories just for hits these days and likes and stuff like that. But the older books are definitely a good resource for that sort of thing. And you can, they provide a glimpse back in time as the current state of things, how they were back in pre-92 and 93. Which, people think, well, why is that significant? Well, you could look at it if you go back to your anyone who wants to do their threat assessment on their location, you can go into the library and start looking at historical events that have happened in your area. There might have been the odd earthquake that no one's known about, or the flood that no one's known about, or the freak tornado that came through the town in 1800 and whatever and wiped every house out, And if it happens once, then what's to say it's not going to happen again? So it could be a good source of research for people who've just moved into a local area.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, cold hard facts.
Yeah.
And larger libraries probably have an archive too, so you probably can find some good useful information there too.
Yeah. They've also, I think most libraries now have also got an audio section, so you can, if you are in the Omega Man sort of situation where there's no one else left, you can also bolster up your music library and DVDs as well. They probably have DVDs and films in there. It's not just books. Some, you look on books, manuals, maps, music, CDs, all sorts of stuff, even games. And some libraries probably even have board games and stuff like that as well.
Yeah. Hey, Nancy, good to see you.
Our treasured home.
Yep, that's Nancy.
Right, yep.
Backwards law. CR is getting redacted.
Redacted. Go redact yourself.
Yeah.
I suppose you could. We have one common thing with all libraries is shelving, which could be used for good storage.
Yeah.
But the thing is, if it's got to be a sort of nothing's ever going to come back scenario, because you go to the library at the first opportunity and start nicking all the shelves and stuff like that, and nicking a load of books because you think you want them, and then 18 months later everything comes back and gets restored. There's a big witch hunt on, big notices everywhere saying, the shelving required back at this location. Our PV nicked it 3 weeks ago.
Yeah.
I suppose they'll still have pens and paper and stuff like that. Surely. There's always a pen in the library.
Yeah.
But yeah. When just looking at your picture there at the background, Shadow, comes to mind long tables, which could be used for not only there's nothing better than to open up a map, completely open it up and lay it down, and you need a good sturdy sort of table to get good visibility on it.
You can put the 2 or 6 together and you have a good area to put a huge map on.
Yeah, I mean, if you go to most old air traffic control towers and places like this,
Yeah.
or aircraft briefing rooms and things like this, you'll always have a really big table which they start to lay their maps out on and plan things and stuff like this. So it's a good planning tool. But you can also modify them, I suppose, to make sort of makeshift stretches and stuff like this.
Yeah.
Really need to. You know, if a big earthquake and half the town's collapsed, and you want some sort of stable platform to carry someone away.
Yeah.
There's a library across the road.
Aggressive looter steals shelves from the British Library.
Yeah. So I mean, it can be difficult, you know. A lot of these older libraries, they've got all the books just seem to look the same. You look at the book bindings, and instead of, I mean, these days there's a big fight for competition for, you know, your book to stand out from anybody else's, and you judge a book by its cover and all this sort of stuff. Back in the older days, all books were just brown covers or green, and they're all quite plain. And you had to look really hard. The process was quite slow to find the actual book you're looking for. You're sort of limited to going to the section to look for your particular book. Then you have to do a more detailed search there. What's Backwoods Law says it. With a very detailed way to fold our maps and laminate them in the military makes it so you could just fold a couple of times. Yeah, everyone should know how to fold a map. There is specific.
I remember you made a video about that, if I remember it correct.
Yeah.
Or was it at another channel?
Yeah,
I think you did a video, but that was way back.
Yeah, I try and do a lot of videos which are timeless, so you can keep referring back to specific types of knowledge.
Yeah,
I did do one on map or trail etiquette, so it could be in that. But well, at the end of the day, you can fold your map how you like. But yeah, the military, they were you had to fold it in a specific way. It's more efficient doing it a certain way.
Hey, Chef Tech, good to see you, brother.
Yeah, day after tomorrow, they burned all the tax code books. Yeah, that'll be the first to go. I don't think anyone will complain about that one.
Well, except for the government or IRS.
Thing is, with government buildings vary quite a lot. You get new government buildings which conform to new regulations, so they'll have more efficient insulation and stuff like this, and they're probably a bit more greener because they'll have solar panels on and stuff. But the older buildings will be very inefficient because they're really made of heavy stone, lack insulation. They got old plumbing, things like this, because they, apart from protecting you from the elements, they cost a fortune to run because they're so inefficient. So going into one of those places looking for warmth isn't necessarily a good idea to begin with. So it's probably better locations really to look for warmth than just going to a library hoping it's got good heating, because they might be restricted to a budget. They might have their heating on the very minimum all the time and this sort of stuff, just to protect the minimum, just to protect the books and stuff like that. Yeah, CR says there paper is insulation. I take it that's what he means.
Yeah.
Well, they get their books from somewhere. They probably come in cardboard boxes, and any vagrant will tell you there's nothing better than insulation than a cardboard box to sleep on. So yeah.
Yeah, they will probably have a lot of cardboard boxes in a storage somewhere in the library. They usually have.
They also should have their own security system as well, which you could maybe harvest or something like this. I can't see them having any independent sort of power means apart from they might have backup generators if it's a real elaborate library.
Yeah.
A localized library, I'd say not. Newer libraries will probably have solar panels, so they could be.
Hey, Guardian.
Hey, Guardian. He's reading.
Yeah, he's reading.
Hey, good evening, gentlemen. How are you doing?
Good. You all right?
We're doing good.
Yeah, doing pretty well. Nice to see you a little bit earlier this evening.
It's good to see you too, brother.
Yeah, just talking about what we can harvest and what we can get from libraries and the benefits and stuff from them.
Yeah, I think that obviously, just my 2 cents quickly, just off the bat. It's obviously just good to try and obtain as much knowledge as you can right now from, just from the internet too, and from libraries where possible, while things are still going well. And obviously, just try and practice what you're learning too at all times, because then it goes into memory in a much more sufficient way. And then, when you practice those skill sets, having them at hand in times of need as well. And not only that, but I mean, there's so much that how you're going to practice dentistry. There's certain books that you can get hold of that would absolutely be able to mainly supersede the amount of intelligence that a single person would be able to obtain, or keep within that.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, yeah,
dentist.
definitely.
I mean, I think I've got a copy of Where There Is No Dentist somewhere, but apart from that, that's it. Most of these, because some libraries, most libraries should have an educational section as well, or reference section. They're geared towards the collection of books to the students as well. So
yeah, they not usually have.
Yeah, so you'll have all things on there like books about formulas, technical aspects, medical books, not just generalized medical books for the consumer, but specific medical books. Like you might have one for anatomy, you might have one for other procedures, circulatory system and nervous system, whatever, specific books, endocrinology, all this sort of stuff. And then you might even have a couple specific ones just for various aspects of dentistry as well. Teeth, the nervous system, infections, etc., etc. Yeah, whiteboards. I love whiteboards. They're excellent. Whiteboards are.
Yeah,
I
I
will always have
agree.
I've got a whiteboard everywhere. I've got one here actually as well. They're always good to thrash information out. Whatever you put down there, wipe it off, start again. You can brainstorm stuff on there, put timelines on there, schedules, the next sort of event that's coming up, briefing points, etc., etc. So yeah, whiteboards are really, really good to have, especially the big ones. And the good thing about libraries and government departments is they'll have a specific stationary budget as well. So if you manage to get hold of a whiteboard out of a library, it'll be a good one, no doubt. That's if they haven't gone to electronic whiteboards, which I'm not really a fan of, really.
I prefer the standard whiteboard rather than the electrical ones.
Yeah, these smart whiteboards you get, yeah, it's just like a big touchscreen TV, basically. So, yeah, I prefer the old one.
Basically.
Good old Mark ones, you can't go wrong. You power outage, you still got the information there. In fact, I'll just say there. Sadly, if there is an FHF situation where I live, I would not go near it. If you know about King's Cross, London, you will know what I mean. Right, yeah. So King's Cross is one of the busiest places in London for a start off, and you've got London
Hey,
being
Danaby, good to see you.
A key city in the world, which is mega busy, is something like 25 1 million people in London. It's massively overpopulated. And I wouldn't go anywhere near any sort of public building initially, at least. Let the dust settle and then see what happens. You start going out terracing around the countryside or down towns and cities when everything's just kicked off and people are using it as an opportunity to take what they like because they think they can. Then there's no, what's to say they're not just going to go in and raid a library as well, being a public building. Right, so so Daryl says King's Cross, London for drugs, prostitutes and crackheads. Right, yeah, that's more or less getting everywhere now, isn't it?
Yeah, and a lot of pickpockets too.
Yep.
But another thing with libraries is they have printers these days, so you can buy a lot of paper for the printers, so you can use that if you run out of paper.
Yeah, because paper is.
Hey, Kaylin, good to see you.
Paper's one of those things that will be very hard to replicate. So
it is time consuming to replicate that.
Good luck with anyone who's thinking they're just going to go and make their own bits of paper for whatever reason.
Hey, Darren, good to see you, brother.
Darren Dobson.
And Kaylin Strain. She's back from her Ramadan break.
Right.
I took all the paper from the library cache.
Yeah, well, I mean, no doubt will be a. I'm not sure if libraries still accept cash these days.
No, I don't think so.
I mean, they still overcharge. They still charge for over borrowed books. But, yeah.
I would say about the books now and build your library before the SHTF. Yeah, it's good to have your own personal library. Doesn't hurt.
Also, not just previously said like making sure that you obtain that knowledge, but over time you'll also understand what books are more redundant if you go through them and read them beforehand, before an SHTF type scenario. So obviously you'll be able to know which books have a large amount of information that you can carry with you, like the pinpoints information, rather than just being able to have, because the thing is that from prepping the whole inch kit and the whole I'm never coming home bag, like for an extended amount of time from doing that, I found that books are extremely heavy. Obviously within your bag out bags and prepper kits and overall, you're going to try and make sure that you try and look at a lot of weight. And I would honestly say that books are the second heaviest thing next to tools for like a long-term bug out bag.
I agree with that. Books are heavy. So you don't want to carry 20 books with you. You don't do that. That would be pretty heavy.
Not only that, it's not just the books, right? It's also like sentimental things that people have, like your identification, your notes, your important papers, maybe like a book or two from a person that's no longer with you, like a relative or something. Because obviously you can't really focus on too much sentimentality when it comes to life or death scenarios. However, there are certain things that can definitely increase morale.
Yeah. Kaylin says, speaking of paper, many books are bound with blank pages. In an SHTF situation, as a last resort, you could take these blank pages from books for writing paper. Good point.
I think it will be the books that you probably wouldn't even have considered beforehand would be worth. It's until you need something, you don't realize you need that type of information, like trying to make something from scratch or how to piece something together, like a water-driven dynamo machine from an alternator and stuff like this. The electrical side of it can become quite complex. If you get it wrong, it's either going to underperform or start blowing things. So you're going to be looking at things like electrical manuals and things like this. I mean, you could build up those sorts of things now, but it does require an extra level of knowledge and education. So getting books like O-level, A-level, electronics, stuff like this, which is fairly simple to understand. They're on quite a basic level. You're not talking electrical engineer level, but it's enough to understand and start thinking about the components you're dealing with. And then you could add that onto other books like how to solder and this sort of thing, how to disassemble printed circuit boards and how to reassemble them, stuff like this. Or books on equations, old engineering books. Yeah, as the CR says there again, language books.
Yeah.
They could become quite useful.
Dictionaries.
You might have a bunch of radios, for instance, that you've saved in your little tin somewhere, and they've survived. But 3 weeks into it, they're then starting to break through various reasons. You might have blown them, or you might have spilt liquids on them and stuff like this. How do you repair them? Have you got the knowledge to start repairing things like this? And hopefully your library will have some sort of information there to aid you in repairing the actual radio. And at that point there, it can become quite almost an impossible level of knowledge for some people. It'll be beyond me. Once you buy this off-the-shelf radio or off-the-shelf electronic equipment nowadays, and it goes wrong, who knows how to fix it? It's more often than not these days, it's bored in and bored out, and it's only a couple of people in the whole chain of manufacturing knows actually how to actually make the whole thing.
So that actually raises a very good point. That's something that we're dealing with at the moment, where people are starting to have that kind of, that large gap between the people that know how to make things and the actual consumers and the public, in general. And the problem is that we're going further and further away in terms of that, where we're relying more on computing as well to bridge those gaps. So the actual people that have the craftsmanship to keep up the modern day equipment as well are getting smaller and smaller, because you don't need as many people anymore either, correct? So with all this being said, it's definitely a bit of a concern as we're looking down the road when it comes to if we didn't have that knowledge on how to rebuild it all the way from, like, do we know how to build? I mean, TV is a little bit more simple, but do we know how to we can put a computer together if we've got the hardware pieces, but further than that, on a more of a base level, I know some people understand CPU chips and how to build motherboards and stuff as well, but it's a very small percentage, and that percentage, I believe, is getting smaller.
Yeah, I'll probably be looking at cannibalization as opposed to trying to make stuff from scratch. But then that sort of time period, you can try to cannibalize something or harvest a load of goods from somewhere. That's going to be quite limited before the actual stuff you're trying to harvest from starts to erode as well. Yeah. So I mean,
you see backwards law as well, and backwards law has one of the largest amounts of knowledge, specifically that anybody has. If you guys are on sub to his channel, definitely check his channel out. But yeah, when it comes to that amount of knowledge, if you do have a varying amount of skill like that, if you do have a skill set that covers the board, you're so much better off than not having that. And obviously, that's why I said it's extremely important to practice these things to make them part of your lifestyle, and so as much as you possibly can.
Things like the good thing about most libraries is they've got current books in there as well. So we might have a collection of, say, medical books and stuff like this, or current medical pharmaceutical type books, tells you dosages and things like that.
Yeah.
But they're only sort of extant. They're only in date for a certain amount of time before new laws, new medications, new dosages start to get refined. The library will have the current, let's say, formulary books, national formulary books. There'll be a national formulary book for nurses, national formulary book for doctors. That will tell you specific dosages for certain types of medication. So if you compare one with 2024 one with something that came out in 2020, they'll be slightly different. So keeping up to date with information could be a good point of contact to go to your library to get.
Yeah, I agree with you about that. Definitely.
But anyone now who's got access to a library or a library nearby, you don't have to join. Just pop in there and just scope the place out. I mean, you're not scoping the place out to raid or start stealing things, but know where, be familiar with it. Has he got a cafe? Has he got toilets, firefighting equipment, first aid kits? Are the staff knowledgeable about certain things? Look where the book sections are, where the reference section is, where the non-fiction is, and all this sort of stuff, so that you can then quickly and efficiently, if need to, go there later on at some point in time, know where to go straight away to find what you're looking for. So you recce it, basically.
Kaylin says, not only books, but magazines. I picked up some older issues of magazines from my local library sales room. One is on firearm repair, even though I don't own one. Yeah. Maybe someone else have one and need to repair it. You have the magazine.
Yeah, magazines are good. They're just, good time passes, good for just flicking through, looking at nice glossy pictures, especially for kids and stuff like that.
So that also raises another point. We're speaking about, all of these non-fictional books, and it's great, and it's good to have those sources of knowledge and information at hand, of course. But also, if anybody's watched any sort of documentary on real SHTF type scenarios throughout the world, or they've given a bit of a case study, they've looked at what's happened with people throughout different situations. Yeah, Shannon, some of those National Geographic magazines are actually incredible in terms of the knowledge that they actually hold. So those are really, really good. I love National Geographic. I'm such like a National Geographic fanboy. But getting back to my point that I wanted to make, when it comes to these, we've got to also understand that there are certain books out there that are not too heavy, but have a lot of interesting different stories within them as well. Sort of short to medium type stories, right? These short stories as well. So basically what this does is it definitely can be such an amazing time killer that you can share around the books as well and into certain situations. So it's great. Hi there, by the way, Boat. Good to see you. Welcome to the live stream.
Hey, Boats. Good to see you.
What was I saying? Boats,
Iowa.
Oh, right, Boats, Iowa. Yep.
Yeah, I have some problems with that. I need to read it first before I say anything. You find most of the old books in the basement or a locked storage room. Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes. Depends on the actual type of library, I suppose. Daryl says we are in a SHTF situation now. It will catch up to us all soon. Yeah. And everybody's got their own problems. and everyone's got different levels of SHTF scales. But it's I call it social entropy, the demarcation of social order, and as time goes on, it will just get more disorder as you go along.
I served on the USS Iowa. Just call me Boats.
Okay. Right. I'll have to Google the USS Iowa.
Hey, Woman Outdoors, good to see you.
Big ones. All right, the USSR, the BB-61. Was that the old version of the Iowa? That's one of those old World War II battleships, the huge ones. I think I'm right in saying that when the guns go off, you don't want to be outside. You have to be inside, otherwise you will get deafened, or if not worse. As the whole ship fires, it moves sideways. Someone told us once.
I'm in personal SHTF. No thanks to the idiot above me who let the water run in their kitchen for hours, flooding my apartment. Oh, boy.
Yep.
Kaylin, that sucks.
That's the problem with other people above you or below you. You're at their sort of mercy of integrity, really. And
yeah,
it's
really rough. I could definitely go down a bit of a rabbit hole when it comes to the situation here that we're dealing with, and I'm speaking about everybody here locally that deals with the situation that we have at hand. Our inflation is going wild right now, and unemployment's through the roof, and the economy is really bad in South Africa. So, like, we are seeing so many people without work, and those that do have work are barely able to keep things together. And it's just crazy. Like, our inflation has gotten so bad. And even people that are doing like okay and bringing in like a pretty, what you'd call moderate salary. I think the whole world, right? I think that all of us, I think specifically in your situation, Kaylin, I'm so sorry for that leak as well, that flood on a personal situation. And that's, prepping, why these type of things cover so many different situations as well. Not only water, but sometimes like our homes can be taken out by like a fire as well and stuff like that, or some sort of natural disaster. And then if we're at least prepared for it, we have that kind of buffering between our current lifestyle and desperate situations, hopefully, and strategically. Of course, we always keep on good terms with everybody so that we do have backups, whether it be family, close friends, and people that we can reach out to if we're in need. But on the same breath, we should always be willing to help people, not for that reason, but because then good energy flows around,
Yeah, as Daryl says earlier on, we're already in a sort of SHTF situation. Whatever situation people are in, they should always strive to better themselves. One good way of doing it is to just gain as much knowledge as you can and qualifications. And we don't have to wait for a disaster to hit. You could go to a library now, and most of them will probably have courses available or access to pathways in which people can enroll up in, take courses with either online through their computer system or whatever, or access to their extra access to books relating to a course they're already on. So it could be a pathway for certain people to extend their knowledge base and get out of the situation they're in, or better the situation they're in. Because most in the internet's okay, but you'll find you will reach a certain point on the internet where nothing is actually free. You'll be able to watch YouTube videos, and that's someone's probably point of view or experience based storyline. But to actually gain access to valid manuals, in date or course materials, stuff like this, or stuff that will help you in your course or whatever, you probably have to end up paying for the stuff, and that information might be worth getting it to free in the library. And like we said, and you said, Shadow, if they can't find you the book, they might order it from somewhere another library for you to gain access to.
So that's also so important as well. I want to say quickly, and I'll take 30 seconds to say this, and it's the only time that I'm going to say this as well. But to CR, like, I really appreciate the compliments about like what I say and the way that I speak, because on other platforms, wherever I am, wherever I talk, I always speak about the things that really do mean the most to me, because I believe that that is, part of having integrity. But the problem is that in the general public, when I'm speaking about things, some of the topics that we talk about here, and the fact that like the internet's going wild right now, and technology is like just about to basically change our lives forever in a whole bunch of different ways potentially, right? Hello, Uncle Al, by the way. When all of these type of things happen,
Hey, Uncle Al.
It's really difficult for me to ever really be very open about what I believe. And I'm honestly silenced more than you'd ever believe, because I just feel like when I do talk about these things, these tinfoil hat conspiracies, because these days, right, how many topics are basically tinfoil hat topics, right? Like almost anything that you talk about. And I think that just unfortunately, that's the case across the board. I said I was going to take 30 seconds. So I'll close out by just saying, like, I appreciate it more than that you're willing to, like, that we have this, group of people as well that are also open and understanding to certain things. And that's where I do feel free enough to be able to communicate with you guys. So from the bottom of my heart, I really appreciate it.
Hello, Uncle Al. Yeah, I think a lot of channels and or live feeds or whatever, they start to elaborate and talk about things which are just a bit out there, and they try and go off at tangents to be completely unique and different, and they ignore the basic building blocks of a core subject. And if you get, the key factor is with anything, if you get the basics right and done first and thrash out all the smaller detail, then the rest will sort of fall in line and you'll build upon that quite more efficiently. Like, I mean, how many other people now are talking about public libraries, for instance? They're probably talking about bug out bags and guns and all this sort of stuff and zombie apocalypses. So yeah, people underestimate this sort of the basic sort of pyramid of preparation, if you like. I think people have got to ask themselves, Daryl of Survival says there to begin with, everyone should have their own library. Yes, they should, but they should also know how to access other pieces of information and where to get other forms of information from. So if you're talking about, you've got to ask yourself the question, could a preserved cache of information or knowledge allow your situation or a post-collapse society to start getting back on its feet and rebuilding itself rapidly, to elevate people's learning curves and not to stall. And this sorts of thing will only happen if you've got the technical basics of knowledge to begin with. So English as a language, maths, engineering principles, electronics and stuff like this, and then you into the medical aspects of it, dentistry, as Guardian says there before, first aid and medical books that Shadow says, all that sort of thing, the basic building blocks of preparedness, really. But stuff that will enable you to make things, so delving into things like chemistry and stuff like that, because people will come across a stumbling block at some point, but you can only harvest so many things. Board in, board out, replace a component with a light component, or replace your battery with another battery. But beyond that, once the batteries start to fail and corrode and you haven't got access to that sort of stuff anymore, where do you turn to, sort of thing? And I suppose on the simplistic side of it, it would be useful to have books on how to cannibalize and MacGyver things, but those components will only last so much. And even now, I'm talking about an extreme sort of scenario here where nothing is ever going to come back again. You're in a real collapse scenario, and it's more or less unlikely at this stage of development. But look to the future, you know, at some point we're looking towards an artificial intelligence horizon, singularity, where, you know, we won't know it's approaching or happen until it's happened, and then once it's happened, it's too late. So at that point, then what's going to happen to information in places like libraries and stuff like that? You know, is that sort of historical type of information going to be deemed as a threat? Could be. Will it be taken away? Will the new sort of singularity event herald a new era where all information is just electronic and online? If that's the case, then it's completely, you know, you've got a single point of failure there of the grid and the internet, really. So physical book collection access is quite a precious sort of item.
So I think that the same thing that happens with when it comes to people being concerned about SHTF type situations as well, I think that they put the same kind of concern onto you know, technology as well. People want to have kind of safety within where they're coming from, right? And they want to feel secure, and they also are afraid of change. And because they're afraid of change, they'll like dig their heels in around any sort of notion that their lifetime at the moment, their current, you know, points of view and perspective, and the way that they're basically living off the teeth of society, if you want to put it that way. The fact that people are not independent anymore, all of that. As soon as you start speaking about things that, you know, potentially bring that to a bit of a concern or a bit of a point where it looks like likely to change, then they absolutely freak out, and then they kind of almost get like aggressive in a way. If you speak to people out there at all about preparedness or about anything like that, I'm sure that most of you have experienced it. I mean, it's cringe, let alone it is awkward and a cringe topic, because instantly you get that like pushback, right? And I've experienced this for many years. I've been preparing for long, I'd say over a decade, many of us here for much longer. And I think that it's just the way, it's just basically the way that we have to kind of structure our lifestyles to become more adaptive as well, to kind of be, you know, the outdoors, and that comes in line with like hiking and camping as much as we can, and even when we're at home and fixing things, coming down to trying to, like, you know, be innovative and creative when you're fixing things, and be resourceful, creatively resourceful, and have that redundancy. So yeah, I think it's just important to have a certain level of self-reliance, and it's lost on a lot of people, specifically with the whole TikTok generation, and the way that people are just so all about, you know, instant gratification and that dopamine rush. You know, everybody's addicted to that. So nobody really wants to do anything that takes a bit longer. And, you know, skills such as gardening and skills such as carpentry, these type of things, they take a while. They take a while to develop that skill and to learn. And however, as much as I say that, there is kind of this emergence of like the youth being more willing to lean into those things, such as like knitting and these type of skills that are very useful, like sewing as well. Things that used to be basically pushed through having, you know, mandatory service and stuff like that. So yeah, it's just my soapbox done now, but I think it's really important to look at these type of things and to acknowledge them, you know.
I remember I'm quite lucky, I suppose. So I can remember going from pre-computer age all the way through to where we are now, and I can remember the fascination of seeing back in 1994, I think it was, when the internet was in its early sort of stages as we know it. This thing came out and it swept across Britain. And everyone was looking at it as a marvel in technology, and it was a thing called the Encarta Encyclopedia. You ever remember that? And it was basically, you could just put this CD in your computer, and everything you could ever, ask me a question, and you type it in, there's the answer. It was like the Encyclopedia Britannica condensed down into this one little tiny silver disc. It was just an unbelievable sort of thing. The whole of the information you could ever think of on this one thing. And we don't really see that anymore. I mean, CDs now, they've sort of diminished. I mean, I've got a new computer a while back. It hasn't even got a CD drive in it. There's no drive in it whatsoever. It's just USB ports, and that's it. And, no doubt you'll be able to go to your local library, and they'll have these sorts of encyclopedic CDs still there, but you don't seem to get that sort of thing on a stick anymore or anything like that. So keeping things back, like old computers with CD drives or an external CD drive and having access, yeah, you can probably get it at your local library. Things like the old Encarta disc would be a good thing to have. I mean, I think you can download Wikipedia to a drive, but you're then back to the, like I said earlier, the pre sort of corrupt distortion of information. Pre-94, distortion of information wasn't that much of a big issue. It's still copyright issues and stuff like this, but now if you were to download Wikipedia and take that as read as that's the correct information, it's probably not. I've heard quite a lot of people talk about misinformation and corruption of information on Wikipedia. So, where do you go for, the true word of things these days? You probably have to buy it. You could probably buy a Britannica encyclopedia on CD or disc, USB stick. But yeah, it's a difficult one, isn't it? But yeah, I remember the old Encarta encyclopedia discs. They were quite novel at the time, and access to all. I'm just going to pop off for 5 seconds. Going to pop to the man's room.
People do not know how to spell, how to read a map without their phones.
Well, yeah, that's why having trying to just do things where you advocate just for people to learn how to read their own bearings, just to have a little bit of knowledge about triangulation as well. Anything to just encourage them to understand a bit about map work is really important. And it does start like that's the whole thing, right? Is so right in the beginning of all of this for me, like when I started, I'm speaking like it's like a like a Alcoholics Anonymous group or something like that. But right in the beginning of my prepper journey, when I started off, like I think the whole thing for me was the realization that the lights could turn off permanently here. That was a big thing for us. We've been having load shedding, so power outages for like ever, and we've spoken about it previously and stuff on some streams. And just having the lights off permanently would really change our lifestyles completely. So for over like about a decade. But anyway, I think that in the beginning, there's that element of when you're getting into preparedness as well, that you just want to share as much knowledge out there as well and speak to people about things like this and try and, get them to be more encouraged about map work and get them to be all about like bug out bags. And yeah, absolutely right. Bug out bags, they're still so cool. Like the idea, and I think that as time moves forward, we definitely have more of a chance to have technology innovated into some of it. I'm waiting, and I've been waiting forever for a solar charged backpack for an electric bicycle kind of thing that has a good quality, durable solar backpack charging it. So essentially, if it's a good enough electric bike, could you imagine that with a durable enough tire and a charger, you could go forever with the thing? Like you'd never need to charge it at all. And you just need the solar charging it. And it's a form of transport that, sure, you can still walk around when you need to and keep fit and everything like that too. But that just, like the idea should be around already as well. Why don't we have solar power backpacks with electric bikes already? Like it seems, I know it sounds maybe tinfoil hatty or something. Does it though in 2024? I don't know.
Yeah, we should be at this stage of the game. We should all be completely self-sufficient with power. They've got a big red ball in the sky and it's providing this constant energy. Why aren't we harnessing it more? It's just like the water in it. 75% of the planet, whatever, is made of water, and there's most places on Earth are in drought all the time. So it's not lack of water or lack of energy; it's mismanagement or lack of will to actually, make it into drinkable water, making it into harvestable solar energy. You know, yeah, it's a big profiteering exercise these days, and a lot of companies out there, they've gone down the shareholder route, and they've got to satisfy the shareholders and make as much profit as they can. It's the toss-up argument between a government facility and the privatized facility. You know, on one hand, on the government side of it, any government-run institution, the employees will steal as much as possible out of it because they think, oh, you know, big company syndrome, they can afford it. And on the other side of it, privatized companies are more efficient, but they're constantly trying to satisfy shareholders and make as much profit as they can. So it's a bit of a toss-up, really. And no doubt many institutions like the rail systems flutter backwards and forwards between privatization and government. Yeah.
I think it's ludicrous. I think I hear what you're saying. I'm having like two chats at the same time listening to you too, and I think it's more and more a problem with that, where the governments want more and more control and they are having more control of everything, right? So the whole bug-out bag conversation on the side, yeah, backwards laws, pointed out a big one, you know, with solar being a problem, that with the storage when it comes to nights and storms as well for prolonged periods. And also we're not at the stage right now where we have, I'm sure we're going to get much more efficient with solar, correct? And then we'll have more capability. But that's why, I mean, I've got my solar G-Shock watch that I'm always bragging about, and that was a very affordable watch, and it looks like a watch that's the G-Shock Solar 6900. For anybody who wants to know what I'm talking about, they can Google it on the side. It's the G-Shock Solar, the 6900. But the point being is that as much equipment as you can possibly get that is solar, and that's obviously solar being such a big thing here, specifically backwards, with our power, you know, inefficiency at times, is that we try and make sure that as much of my equipment as possible is solar, where I can like charge things. Even my flashlights, they have got the solar panels on them, and then they also have ports where I can plug my backup solar panels. And I've been through a lot of these different solar devices as well. There are ones that are so good that are the more new modern ones. There's a lot of difference. You pay for quality and you get what you're paying for when it comes to solar, obviously too, right? So when it does come down to some of these devices that you can get some really good solar banks, and then like they're able to charge your phone. Because I do a lot of trips along the coast of our country with my motorcycle, quite often I'm needing to have a power port to charge my phone when I'm on the move. And then when I can do that, like if I'm busy hammock camping or something like that, then I can set it up in the sun and it works really nicely. So the point being that solar within our bug-out bags as well is an extremely important element. And I think that what I wanted to say to you, Daria Love, as well about the whole bug-out bag thing, as you guys may be familiar, I spent many years trying to perfect the bug-out bag, right? And the thing is that I'd rather be on that side of the fence than the people that believe that there's no necessity or requirement at all to build a sort of kit, and then when things do happen, and specifically this year, next year, like that's why I'm saying, like, I've never had much of a feeling of like uncertainty about the future when it comes to any time period as much as like this year, next year coming up. So when it comes to the bug-out bag thing, I don't want to be on that side of the fence where people, you know, wish that they could potentially have that ability to provide for the people around them, and they don't. Like even have a seed vault or any sort of like, you know, water filtrations, like nothing, no toolkits whatsoever, like no like hand drills, little things that wind up things, solar things that I'm talking about as well. I'm going to stop speaking now here in a second, but I just want to say that it's so awesome that you do care so much about bug-out bags, because like there is a way to do it, and I think I've got kind of a good inch kit at the moment built up. But it's all gear that I use frequently. That's also something that I advocate for as well. But anyway, bug-out bags are amazing, and you should never lose that passion over it, because, as I say, like it's a really good thing to be interested in. And yeah, we're addicts about it. It's fun. I'm so sick and tired of like, I'm actually at the point now approaching 40 where I'm just done pretending to like in general public that I'm not being like, it's difficult because I want to scream it like at the top of my lungs and tell everybody that they should get more prepared, but you've got to do it in a subtle way whilst you lose the capability to impact anybody. So it's hard.
Guardian, is that this watch?
That is my baby. I love that watch so much. And like, you guys can say what you want about it, but because it's like solar, it's never lost a single battery point at all. It's stayed full battery this entire time. I've had it for like 5+ years. It's been through with me through everything. I shower with it all the time. So I go like, it's not snorkeling, but not like heavy diving. But I've been through like the mountains with it, mountain biking, doing motocross, doing adventures, like everything that I've done with it. And it's just been, oh, that watch. I love that watch. So that watch, right? Not just that watch, but like, if I had to give three things that I really recommend, is an extremely durable like knife. Obviously, we all know this. A full-tang fixed blade, like a really reliable knife. One that you've tested and tested and tested, and also know how to use a whetstone so that you can keep it sharp. Obviously, it's no-brainer. And then that right there is my diving compass. Now, for different purposes, people might have different requirements when it comes to what compass they want to use and whatever, right? But like, this diving compass is so durable, and like the coolest thing is that like it'll last you forever. So like, having things that are reliable that you can depend on when everything else, because try and recreate exactly what this is, right? Out of clay and sticks. Go try and recreate that. Like, that's my point. When it comes to preparedness and like bug out bags and stuff, we should definitely be understanding like the things that are going to last us for the longest. Because like this SH1T, this stuff is so valuable to me. That's why it's like the things that are, and also like my hand drill. I've got one of these really old hand drills that's not even that big, but because it's like a good solid hand drill, the utility that you can get out of that in like a long term is pretty amazing. So I'm just saying, like, think about these things, think about redundancy, think about like multiple uses for the same item. You get me really talking about prepping and I'll go off on multiple tangents. But anyway, I'll stop here, I promise. You're looking, okay, Libby. You're looking at about 800 Rand. You're looking at about 800 Rand, 700 to 800 Rand for a pretty good diving watch like this. You don't want to, get a cheaper one. You want to get one that, so you're looking in America, you're looking at about $42. So you're looking at roughly about that price at the moment for a diving compass. And the G-Shock will cost you about 2,000 Rand. So even though, and it is a bit of an investment, I realize that 2,000 Rand, which in US currency is $100, $104. So basically the whole idea and the whole thing is that with the G-Shock watch like that and this type of item, and also a knife will set you back a bit as well. If you're getting a very good quality knife from a great like craftsman as well, that you've got to know the person making the blade, and you've got to like have a bit of a relationship with the knife. Obviously, use it over time. But anyway, so that's going to stop there. Sorry.
Carry on. It'd be good to have a sort of a kit discussion as well. So you just go through, talk about all sorts of kit from knives, watches, all the way through to boots, boot laces, and Gore-Tex jackets, and all sorts of stuff.
Yeah.
I get so excited. I get so freaking excited, you guys. Like, I know that we're all preppers here, so I can say this because I've never said this out loud. I absolutely adore and love gear. Like, I really, really do. I love prepper stuff. I love hard quality, durable stuff. And I love the people that are attracted to it as well. Because most of the time, like on this panel and in the chat, it's people that are like rugged, that have been through things, that are like willing to go down this road and like be seen by society as a little bit, off the beaten path.
Yeah, and you like my watch, my G-Shock Mudmaster.
I'm not a jealous person, but I'm a little bit jealous of that watch.
There you go. Shadow's got the top of the range, G-Shock there. He's trumped everyone.
A little bit of drool, just a little bit.
Yeah, you can. The price on this one is around $450, $500. It depends on where you buy it.
Is that a 30, 40, or 50th birthday present? Is that a landmark birthday present?
No, I bought it for my own money.
Ah, right. Personal
I
present.
bought I bought it for 4,995. So
Crown. Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah. Yeah, good. I mean, going back to
that's more expensive than my most expensive prep, which is my motorcycle.
some things out there are just super expensive. Yeah, people have got to weigh up the odds of what's important to them and prioritize things, haven't they? I mean, we just spent £1,000 on an inverter, but that's a key component, and without that sort of in line, I've got no means of converting 12-volt battery power into 240 or shore power into a battery charging cycle, all this sort of stuff. So yeah, I mean, something's super expensive like that. I think one of the things these days which are super overpriced are knives. Some knives you'll find which are like really dirt cheap, like a Mora clipper, for instance, £10, £11. Bottom of the line.
A Mora clipper is an amazing knife, by the way. Absolutely, I love that.
And they're really good for what they are. The price, they're absolutely outstanding. And then you go a couple of levels up, or you go to the other end of the spectrum, and you see these other knives, which is like £400 or £500, and they're just, you think to yourself, well, can I really justify buying that when I can buy 5, 6, 7, 8 clippers? And prioritize people. That's what people have got to do. I mean, it's all well and good. Preparedness is good, but it can be tempting to spend a lot of money on something you may never use. It isn't. We all know it's an insurance policy, but the temptation is to buy things quickly. Everybody wants their fully established power system, they're fully, their bug out system and all this sort of stuff, they're fully stocked pantry and all this reserve. We'd all like to have a bunker in the backyard, but it's not going to happen in 5 minutes. People have got to pace themselves, haven't they? But yeah, so you just think about libraries, going back to what they can provide. Another sort of thing they can provide is power, the ability to charge small devices like phones and tablets, for instance, or charge up your power banks, because all these establishments will have power sockets. They'll even have Wi-Fi as well. So even if you've lost connectivity or you've destroyed whatever system you've got, you can go into a library, and most of them should have a Wi-Fi network that you can access free through the library. So your phone or tablet or anything like that. So yeah, they can be taken for all they're worth. They're there to be used, and people just got to get in them, explore what's available, and exploit them for all they're worth, really, legally, of course. It's I think some libraries as well have things like rooms for hire, so you could even thrash out lessons in these places if you want to. That's a sort of pre-preparation point, I suppose. Personally, I'd go out to an outside area or somewhere a bit more secluded to give people any sort of lesson on anything preparedness orientated. But yeah, I mean, most libraries I've been to have all got parking facilities as well. So if you've got, if you're doing an opportunistic getaway somewhere, and you're in a vehicle or a camper van and stuff like that, it's an opportunity to do an overnighter within the library car park as well. So it's not just about books and what's within the building itself. You got the whole footprint of the building that you can use as well. But I mean, libraries, they're not available all the time. So if we go back a couple of years, we'll look at COVID, lockdown. All the libraries were closed here. So
yeah, same here.
if it's a developing situation where, such as a pandemic, where it starts off into a lockdown and then it develops into, the virus mutates into a worse virus, a more virulent strain with a higher mortality rate, and it starts wiping people out left, right, and center, then you've just completely lost access to the library. And do you really want to start venturing out into a place where many people have been to from all over the place, into a library where touching books and all this sort of stuff? I mean, it's all right. COVID was sort of a non-visual event. If it was something more visual like Ebola or anything like that, or something where people are bleeding out of every orifice, or there's something visually disturbing about catching the virus, it would be more significant in terms of people would take adherence more to washing their hands and taking precautions, as opposed to just making a token effort to wash their hands or token effort to wear their mask. So would you really want to go into places like libraries? I wouldn't, definitely not. I'd stay well away. So, catch the opportunity is the main sort of point, really. Use it or lose it. And you don't have to go there all the time. Go in there for a recce, see what's available, see what it can do for you, see what books are available. And you can even take the books back to your place, photocopy extracts of the books to put in your good old prepper notebook or journal, and then give the book back the next day. In fact, that's probably one of the most useful aspects, really, for a pre-event library, is to go to a library, pick out, just get 10 books out, which would be of use to you. You get the books out, you go through each book, take extracts of each book, put them in your notebook or a journal, or make photocopies of them to put them in a prepper file, and then send the books back.
Do make sure that you stay according, obviously, preparedness veteran as well is including this as well in that. It's that you got to be a little bit cautious of which books you're copying. Make sure that you read through either the first 2 pages or the back 2 pages. They'll have a little disclaimer about copying the book if it's allowed. A lot of books will have that completely fine with you doing so, but there are a small minority, I'd say, a very small percentage of books that they do have those disclaimers. So just keep an eye out for those disclaimers as well. And in those cases, just mentally study the book as much as you can and get like that knowledge extracted as much as possible, and like actively use that knowledge again, and then make sure that that's almost muscle memory. So for the most part, with most books, you can absolutely do that. Just gather as much intel as you can and try and piece it together in something like that. I think that there's a lot that I'm busy learning from yourself as well, preparedness veteran, at the moment when it comes to notebooks and how to do that properly. I've got you've given me such a big project to do at the moment, and I love that you have, just for my own personal kind of notebook, and making sure that I've got like a good log journey and a compilation of everything, because as I said, I've trimmed down the amount of library that I've got as well on my side, like the amount of books that I keep in my prepper in an inch kit. But for the most part, I've had to trim it down. And again, and now recently, because of what you've been teaching me, I've definitely made that even smaller. So yeah, I just want to make sure that I've got it as compact as possible, because it really is a very difficult task to make sure that you've got as much tangible, knowledgeable, like information that can also be passed on to other people within that notebook as well, within that small compact book, but that it's also knowledge and information that is the stuff that is a lot more harder for you to just keep mentally. And there's a great discrepancy between that which is easily attainable and information and knowledge that you can hold on to, compared to knowledge that is definitely better to have like a bit of a backup of.
Yeah, those books are your own personal sort of prepper book or notebook. It does take a lot of time, and it's at the end of the day, once you've filled it with all sorts of personal information valuable to your own situation, it's a really sort of valuable book then. But yeah, I mean, definitely a library for getting reference information or pictures and stuff like that out of them, and transferring them into your own notebook. It's a definite key resource to use libraries for.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you probably can find books about radios,
Well, yeah, I mean, radio theory. That's
building an antenna or things like that. More advanced
yeah.
antennas.
Well, if you every country has got its own levels of ham radio license, for instance, and the main sort of in Britain we got sort of 3 levels. On the basic level, you buy a book associated with the course, and that goes through everything you need to know. It gets quite technical, don't get me wrong, but it's got everything in there you need to know about modulation of radios, the antennas, the propagation of radio waves, how to effectively communicate using the radio. All the theory is involved in that, and these books will be available in places like libraries, and they're very they're easily laid out as well, because they're at the sort of the bottom level of the ham radio ladder. As you start to climb the ham radio ladder, it gets a bit more technical, and it gets really involved. You're almost like a technician. You start building your own radios then, and that gets really complex. So this sort of book, because it's a developed stepped course, starting off at nothing and reaching the point where you can build your own radios. You know, for the sake of 3 books, you can quite easily start to transition into that level of skill. I wouldn't say quite easily, but it gets involved, as with any sort of book or that other aspect of knowledge. You can read stuff, but sometimes you may need a bit of steerage by other people to explain things within it. Otherwise, you're gonna have to branch out with other books to help you explain things like maths, various electronic laws and principles and stuff like this. So, but the main thing is little mini courses like ham radio courses, for instance. The books associated with it will be found in your library, no doubt. But as with medical books, they're probably time associated. So a 2020 course will be slightly different from a 2024 course, and so on and so on. But it's all our radio. You can't go wrong with radio theory. It's universal no matter what radio you use. And like I said, you get the basics right, you'll be on to a winner straight away. So yeah, definitely. Things like skill associated books as well. Learning how to sail can come in quite useful, because it's you can learn general parts of ropes, sails, parts of the boat, and all this sort of thing, terminology. And if you're just thrust into a situation where you're going to have to help someone sail a boat, for instance, you're already leaps and bounds ahead of the curve, because you know what he's saying. Someone says sheet in on the mainsail, don't luff up, and all this sort of stuff. We're going on a broad reach. To some people, that'll be complete double Dutch. But if you're knowledgeable into the various terminology, then it's a massive bonus. Yeah, I mean, I agree with Chef Tech there, Chef Tech 86. I had this discussion with someone a couple of years ago. My argument was, this guy was saying, oh yeah, you need your ham radio license, otherwise it's against the law. I said to him, well, basically, if it's a complete SHTF situation and collapse and stuff, or life depends on it, you don't need your license. You just get on the radio and talk. Simple as that. So, ham radio licenses provide a framework to a framework of efficiency, if you like, and it gets everyone on a path where you're not starting to interfere with other radio users or other electronic users, such as TV and this sort of stuff. If there wasn't any sort of regulation or rule in sort of quote unquote peacetime, then you could find yourself living next to someone with a 3 kilowatt antenna, and every time he presses the talk button, it completely blocks out your TV, for instance. So that's sort of, there's safety aspects involved in it as well. But when it comes to SHTF, all sort of bets are off. If life depends on it, just go for it. Pick up a radio, speak on it. You don't have to have a radio license. It's I would advocate just you could even now buy a. Well, the good thing at the moment, no one's actually passed any laws at the moment to say you need to produce your radio license to buy a specific type of radio. That may come in the future. We don't know. But you can now go out and buy a high-powered radio, which you're not authorized to use now because it's illegal. But, crack it out in SHTF. If the SHTF situation is that bad where there's no legal framework existing, then use it. Or if life depends on it, use it. Yeah, definitely.
Here in Sweden, we have only one level when it comes to ham radio.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, we have 3. And they progress from the basic user, which is up to 10 watts of power. And you get a frequency allocation table, so you can only transmit on certain frequencies and certain bands, which are ham radio bands. And you progress through to building equipment, putting your own kits together and this sort of stuff. And the more advanced you get, the more power you can use. I think you can they're talking about going up to a kilowatt of power for the most advanced license. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot involved in it, and that's why I do quite a lot of radio videos, actually, because it's all right just grabbing a radio and speaking, but what are you going to say, who's going to exploit it, and this sort of stuff. And all these sorts of books you can get from your library, they're all available there. You just got to know which book to get, because if you pick up a quite a technical version of a HF or VHF antenna and propagations manual, or a radio theory book, some people can be overwhelmed with all the things in it straight away. That's why I say go to your sort of relevant section in your library and look at a sort of a basic ham radio manual or booklet that will take you from nothing up to all the way through to everything you need to know, basically. Yeah, so Callan Strain says there, I have a ham radio study book. Yep, they're good to have, and always good to refer to. And I've got mine here, and I've extracted key pieces of, because you can't remember everything. I've extracted key pieces of information out of the foundation book, which is the bottom level, to my prepper notebook, and my intermediate book as well. I've transferred information from that into my prepper notebook as well. Yeah, like I say, they're available.
Yeah, I had in mind to take a ham radio license, but when I checked the material, oh no, not math. Oh boy, I suck on that.
Yeah.
So I got that feeling. If I need to do the math, now I passed that. So, so I get myself a CB radio instead.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there is an element of maths involved in CB radio if you want to start building your own CB radio antenna and stuff like that. It can be as simple and as involved as you like. At the simplest level, I would suggest basically just knowing, antenna formula equations and stuff like that, how to make your own antenna links and stuff like this. But yeah, I know what I mean. When I did my course, is that you look at it and you're just hit with this maths, and you think, oh my god, I'm going back to school stuff, A-level maths and O-level maths and stuff like this, and you think it just goes in one ear, bounces around for a bit, and comes out the other.
Yeah, especially when you that math you need to has to do with the electrical thing. Nah, not my specialty.
VIR and all that sort of stuff.
I leave that for my son. He's a mathematician almost. So.
All right. Well, there you go. He's in your group. Well, it's the thing, you see, because like we were saying the other week, you prep a notebook. I write things in there. I sort of translate things from a technical level down to a simplistic level, so I understand it on the basic level, but it still works for me, you know. And you get this information from libraries. Like I say, go to the library, make a habit. You know, you could do people out there could, you know, a month project. So in a space of 1 month, you go to the library once a week, you pick out 4 books, for instance, 4 books which you think would help you in your situation as a, you know, as a prepper. It could be radio theory, it could be chemistry, medical, and so on and so on. And then you got those books, you know, read through them, obviously. And if you don't understand anything, fine. But extract bits of information out of those books that you think you might need later on. You may not even understand what's in those books, but someone else might do. You know, there's nothing wrong with, you know, periodic tables, chemistry formulas, simple chemistry formulas, or going down to the basic level of what happens when you add 2 specific compounds together and stuff like this. You know, for instance, you get a book of chemistry, what happens when you mix potassium permanganate with another substance? You know, they react differently to all sorts of other things, from water all the way through to sodium and stuff. So, and sugar. Little things like that are quite useful, you know. Yeah, so potassium permanganate, if you mix that with sugar, it will create fire. And then in certain measures and quantities, if you mix it with water, it will either produce a it will make water drinkable, or it will make a solution to get rid of athlete's foot, for instance. So backwards law says if you get your general license, I take it in the US, you're eligible to become a Mars station as well. That is the military auxiliary radio service. Allows you to exceed many of the normal limits of your regular ham operators. Right, okay. Yeah, so that's another level of license, I take it. Yeah, I mean, when it comes to radio manuals, this is an example of not necessarily understanding the information. So if you get a radio manual out of the library, you look at the current frequency allocation tables, and it will tell you all the ham radio bands in that table. So it will tell you who you're likely to hear on certain frequencies. So, you know, in medium wave frequencies, we've got all the radio stations. You've got certain other frequencies which are all aircraft radio beacons, for instance. And another little chunk of frequencies could be the CB band. And the other chunk of frequencies could be the 80 meter band, the 20 meter band, and so on like this. So you'd expect, you can't just turn the radio on, tune it to any old frequency and expect to talk to someone. There might not be anyone actually listening. This is the advantage of a license, you see. It gets you conversant with who to expect to talk to, what antennas to use, and so on and so on. So you can also get a license to be a repeater. Yeah, same here. Repeaters, yeah, that, you know, various advantages, disadvantages, but yeah, they're a good asset to tap into. some are publicly available, some are private, and you've got to be part of a club, or in some circumstances you pay the actual repeater owner to use it. But yeah, I mean, literally, a library is really a mini internet, really.
Yeah, it is.
If everything goes south or west or whatever you want to call it, depends on where you live. You know, if everything goes Pete Tong, then and you haven't got access to internet anymore, the library is your internet, and it should have a wide ranging hey Thor, array of information there to access. Everything from colouring books to manuals, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah, Caitlin says there are also GMRS repeaters you can tap into. Yep. And I think you're going to talk about comms next week. Is that right, Shadow? What's next week?
Yeah, exactly. I need to check it. Alternative communications when no phone.
Right. Yeah. So we'll talk about that sort of thing next week. We'll sort of alternative sort of comms and radios and ham stuff. Yeah. But
Hey, Huga, good to see you.
Huga Homestead, hello.
CB in the house.
Some things.
So get manuals for CB radios would be nice if you could find them on the library.
Yeah, I'd suspect that sort of thing. You maybe not. It'd probably be covered in a general radio theory book.
Yeah.
CB things, because at the end of the day, you're just talking about a certain frequency range. You know, the 27 megahertz band. But
yeah,
for the actual dedicated CB equipment, it's sort of generalized. I mean, most of them nowadays you can't really do anything with. You just buy one off the shelf, and it's a metal box with knobs on the front. Plug your antenna in it, plug the power in it, and away you go. So there's not really much to do with it. Yeah, the best thing to do with that sort of thing is just play around with it, get it out regularly, use it, put it in a protective place when you finish with it, and play about with the antennas. Know who you can speak to, how far you can speak to, with what antenna, what orientation, all sorts of little ways you can tinker around with. It's a bit like on the medical side of it. There's not many. The advantage of a library when it comes to the medical side of it is you can get detailed, specific books targeted at professionals. So, for instance, you might have access to drips or give-in sets, cannulation, and all this sort of stuff. How do you know what drip rate to give someone? Pain management and wound management.
Yeah.
I think most people, as far as they go with sort of any first aid or medical preparedness, is they get to the first aid level, but they don't go beyond that. They don't go beyond sort of into the wound management side of it and the healing side and the after effects on the mental side of it after that. That sort of thing can be gained from libraries if you're not going to consult any sort of professional or someone who's in the know. But yeah, I mean, like I said, it may need that sort of thing, may need sort of consultation with someone else. So you might need to actually speak to someone to interpret what you're reading if you're not that way inclined. It's like music, for instance. I mean, in just before lockdown, I gave myself a 5-year mission to do something different. So I started to learn to play the piano. And I got to a sort of semi-decent stage. Then lockdown hit. But 3/4 away through lockdown, I sort of hit a brick wall where, because I was learning off of YouTube videos and music books, I couldn't sort of really progress any further. I had to have someone physically there. I needed someone there with me to sort of guide me as to exactly what I was doing wrong or how to get over this little mental block I was with. So that's what you can't really get beyond with a book, I suppose. Don't know. It can be quite difficult. It's like you, Shadow. You said you're not sort of mathematically inclined.
I'm not.
If you start picking up books about maths and start to read it, it'll become difficult, you know. I can remember once I was doing a course, and we had this bloke, this professor, giving us this lecture on on he was on about what was he talking about? IP address allocation, and we're all sat there. I mean, we're all from all walks of background. There was Marines there, all the way through, you know, a couple of infantry. All different sort of skills and trades there, and we're all just sat there. Our eyes are glazing over this bloke talking about this formula, and this bloke put his hand up. He goes, "Look, mate, just tell us what I need to press on the calculator for the exam," you know. And that's the sort of thing, you know, you can gain from actually someone as opposed to a book.
My library has a consortium with some colleges, so I can get books, researching for ebooks, audiobooks from a large database. Yeah, that works.
Yeah, like say you can only get so far with the internet before you have to start buying quality information, manuals, books, research papers, without having to either pay for it or sign up for an extra. You know, how many username and passwords have you got? You can you get to a stage where every website you go on to access any sort of information, you have to register with them and get a new username and password.
Yeah.
It gets a bit frustrating sometimes. Well,
yeah, especially if you forget your password.
Yeah, well, you can use a single sort of password manager, I suppose, but yeah. Well, like Backwards Law says, the trick is to figure out the information you need for your exact situation. That's what you need.
Yeah, that can be really tricky.
And it'll come back to doing I've said this before, you know, going back to the roots of it all, knowing what threats pose to you at your location. I mean, there's generic ones that we're all subject to, you know, like solar flare threats and the meteor threat and grid down and that sort of thing. But there are specific other ones, I suppose. Social unrest. And then you get to the localized one, you know, tornadoes, floods, fires, earthquakes, landslides, and that sort of stuff.
I think more than ever, you know, like just the way that things are looking right now. I don't know if you've seen, and I'm sure that you've seen, in fact, I know that you've seen it, but there's been a lot of strife recently. There's been some attacks going on. I won't say which country to which country, obviously, but there's definitely been like some large attacks that have been happening that could definitely spill over into large scale problems, you know, globally and stuff too. So that's something that I'm sure within the last week that you have all seen what I'm talking about. These type of things we should just keep like a pulse on at all times. It's obviously so extremely important for us. I think that knowledge aspect, and that could be one of the topics for stream as well, I believe, Shadow, at some point. Just, you know, being able to keep knowledge and being able to keep tabs on everything. But what I will say is that before we do that, I would definitely love a stream where we just speak about gear in general. I think the excitement that we had in the beginning of the stream as well around that was quite evident. I'm going to spend a bit of time with the missus at the moment as well, and we're going to just chill for a bit. So I will love and leave you all for now as well, and definitely catch up with you soon. I might be back a bit later, but thank you so much for the stream. It's really been always like amazing, and I really appreciate the friendship amongst all of us as well. So chat to you soon. Bye for now.
Yeah, no worries. Catch you later.
Later, brother. Bye-bye.
Yep, that's Guardian. He's awesome.
Yeah, if anyone hasn't looked at his channel, go to his channel. He's got 2 channels. Guardian Fitness channel and Guardian Preparedness channel.
Yeah.
He's currently in the midst of doing 500 push-ups a day now. Yeah, last year he did 200
500. Oh, Lord.
Last year he did 200 a day for a year. And
yeah.
This year he's doing 500 a day for a year. And it's the start of his sort of build-up. He's continuing the curve. But when you actually think about what that involves, it's, yeah, super tough. It's progressively wearing down, I suppose.
Yeah. My wife must have heard him, lol. I have to get going, get dinner rolling.
Yeah, another sort of 10 minutes for me, and I've got to depart. I've got the final things to do before I close down at this end. Yeah, so interesting to hear if anyone else has got any sort of unique experiences or things that any sort of library or information systems can offer.
Yeah. Yeah, libraries are good. You can find a lot of information, useful information.
Just looking at a library near me at the moment, and what services it's got, and it says, printing, room hire, computers. So computers, for instance, is a good one if they're still intact and still there and no one's robbed them. Study space, charging points, like we said earlier, parking, a quiet area, free Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
Newspaper records, archives from major publications, including the Times and Financial Times, Ancestry Tools, Oxford reference resources, and there we go, Britannica Online as well.
Yeah.
Home library service, and then workspaces for meetings and so on and so on. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, first aid kits, furniture, fire extinguishers, stuff like that, smoke alarms, lights. By the time I finish with it, I might as well have moved into the library because all the contents of the library will be in my house.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, so prepper for the ages. The advantage to keeping books is that if the internet goes down, then the knowledge can be still accessed. Personal libraries are good in a bugging situation.
Yeah, I agree about that.
And Hugo said, I was surprised when I saw you can borrow tools from the library. Yeah, I've never seen that before.
I never seen that either. My library here has those same service plus the sale room. They also display art. Okay.
I went into a local library last year, and it was obvious that there was a couple of homeless people that made use of it because it's a warm place to go to, and they could just basically sit there all day, nice and warmth, out the elements. What's to say you can't do the same if anything else was to happen?
Yeah.
So they're quite good. Homeless people, I would say to people, don't just walk past them in the street. Some of them can quite be good resources and information to get tips and tricks like this from.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, and Hugo says they're printing, faxing, scanning. Yeah, fax machines. They're still in existence. May have plotter printers to make maps as well. Yeah, that's a good idea because most home printing systems are just A4 size. You don't really get access to big industrial size A3, A2, A1 size printing plotters.
No, because those are really expensive.
Yeah, printers. It's cheap to buy a printer, but as soon as you start buying the ink, that's where they make the money from it. The inks are really expensive.
Thor says, "Yep, some of the bigger ones will laminate things for you too."
Yeah.
Yeah, I bet they do.
Get some maps printed out, get them laminated. Oh well, yeah. I think laminating is a bit more brittle in it. Fable on the maps, probably better.
Plus, they take up more space than standard printers. Yeah, they do.
Super expensive. Probably.
And we can fit a printer like that in an apartment, can we?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Maybe if you have a basement that is large enough.
In some places, the library is actually part of the sort of municipal building as well. So the council offices on the side of it, you'll see a library, or the town hall will have a library within it, and so on. So it's by association. So whatever, we talked about what a library can give you. If it's within another building, like the town hall, for instance, or another municipal building, then it's what that can offer with it as well. But probably the more generic things, like we said, first aid kits, fire extinguishers. Other than that, most of the information is going to be within the library that's of any use to anyone, I think. Yeah, travel books, outdoor books, water and water resources.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't beat a good map. The good thing about maps, you got the visual sort of aspects. You can open up a map out, and you've got an instant view of a sort of a 50-kilometer square area of terrain. Problem with maps is that's a sort of a 1 in 50, 1 in 250, 1 in 25,000 map, and so on. Road maps are slightly different because they're more condensing in books. But the thing about maps these days, they're so expensive these days. I mean, one map here you're talking £12, and if you were to cover 5 or 6 maps, you're talking 50 plus pounds worth of map in there. And for something that gets updated 5 to 10 years, and how actually often you're going to use all those maps, it can be quite expensive. So access to them from your library is a good way to get them. Yeah, county road department repair and maintain roads them and spray them with a clear spray paint to waterproof. Hang on, let's read that again. I've got 2 paper road maps from the county road department.
Yeah.
Repair and maintain roads, right? Yep. There, and spray them with a clear spray paint to waterproof them. Right. I've heard about people spraying lacquer on paper and maps to waterproof them, but I've never actually done it. I tend to use Fablon more than anything for my maps, so sticky back plastic, transparent. Or you can buy maps now which are already done for you. they're already waterproofed.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the good maps
Topographic.
with topo lines are worth the extra coin, right? Yeah, I mean, some countries have there's a huge variation in maps throughout all sorts of countries. Some countries, the maps are absolute dire. They're basically transposed information from an aerial photograph, and that's it. There's no sort of ground survey done, and you tend to find that with jungle maps and stuff like this. So you end up more navigating by contour lines and stuff like that, or in the hills of Norway, for instance. You know.
Hey, lovely Lisa, warrior queen. Good to see you.
And but other maps, you know, Ordnance Survey maps, everything is on one sheet. So every building, every topo, every contour line, every prominent tree, hill, fort, watercourse, etc., is all overlaid on one map.
Hey, Vanessa, good to see you.
Vanessa?
Can you find those maps, Vanessa, in the library?
Yep. I went to a car boot sale 3 or 4 years ago, and someone was selling every map, 1 in 50,000 map of the British Isles. We're talking a couple of hundred maps. So I bought about 10 of him, 10 or 20, I can't remember, of the area where I'm in and all the potential areas I'm going to go to and stuff like that. Problem is, they're all just slightly out of date. You know, it's all, you know, even though the information doesn't go out of date, but the new things added onto the map, like new roads, new buildings and stuff like that, weren't on the map. So,
yeah,
you know, goodbye though, goodbye.
Books can get redundant info. Give info you already know, or info not relevant to you. So my own binders work better for me. Yeah, you have a point there.
Yeah, that's what we were saying earlier. Extract the information that you want from a book, 4 or 5 books a week. Over a month, you've built up a nice little collection of information relevant to you. That's the good thing about them. And then you're not hoarding stuff that's, you know, a lot of people, they go out and buy a load of books, and some books aren't cheap these days. You're talking $10, $15, £10 or plus for a book, single book. You read it, fine, gets put on the shelf, never gets read again. Some instances you can use it as a reference book, but it's all right having it's like with every other bit of kit in it. It's all right having a load of kit that you covered all the bases for, but if you forget about it or you don't know where it is and you put it somewhere, then you might as well not have it. So a library can cut down on that sort of thing by getting the relevant information that you want to have it, transferring it to your own sort of singular notebook or journal, and then keeping that. Yeah. And like it says there, I have an edible plant binder info for many books, but only plants for my area and not the whole book. Yeah, that's a good idea. Or another good idea, you know, get the map of your area, and on the back of that map, put the information of the plants on the back of that map, and every time you come across where those plants are, put a grid reference of it. Similar to the Australian survival maps. That Bush Tucker man was
Bush Tucker man. Yeah, I remember that dude.
One of his main projects basically was to go around various parts of Australia, document what edible plants there were, and transposing that information on the back of the maps for that area.
Yeah.
Right. So,
Vanessa,
sorry, go on.
yeah. Vanessa says not block and tackle structures, etc. Very good library finds. U.S. Navy has some fun block and tackle references. Okay, cool. Good to know.
Yeah, definitely. 2024 NCAA Champs Yukon. I'm not familiar with that, but sounds good.
I'm not familiar with that either. There is a lot of things I'm not familiar with. And
Right,
that
so
is one
that's
of
me,
them.
Shadow. I've got to depart.
Okay, no problem.
So, yeah, interesting subject. I'd say to people out there, it's a free resource. You don't pay any sort of membership in most libraries. Get out there and get them used. Go there, even if you don't read them. Go there, pick up 4 or 5 books a week or a month,
Yeah.
and have a trawl through them. It's free info basically. Like I say, it's a good old Mark 1 manual internet. So,
Yeah.
right. So I'll catch you on in a bit. Yeah, cheers, Shadow, and I'll catch you next week.
Yeah, I'll catch you next week.
All right, see you later.
Yeah, thanks for stopping by. Find maps for road structures, terrain, etc. It is all extremely useful to figure out where you are. I agree with that. You would have to dig through so many books if you had a question rather than a binder. I agree with that. Yeah, military manuals are also a good source. Yeah, they are. I know I can get my hands on U.S. Army manuals and Green Beret manuals, I believe. NCAA is basketball. Okay. Good to know. How to lift and move stuff is important. You will not be able to do everything yourself. I agree with you about that one, Vanessa. You will not break your back otherwise. I'm gonna slide also. Gotta do some laundry. Okay, Kaylin, no problem. Take care. Stay safe. God bless. And thanks for stopping by. A sludge black bear ran out in front of me, coming here to the trucking yard. Slowed and got a good look. Yeah. Yeah. Yikes. I agree with that. I have no idea who they use for binder, but just 1 and 2 inch binders, all fits on one shelf. Okay, good to know. Keep track of the locations of small solar panels on signs and such. All self-contained. Yeah. My favorite notebook are a hard, thick cover, double wire loop bound ones. They can fold flat or at 360 degrees around. And the back and front covers are strong as writing tablet. Yeah, those notebooks are really good, actually. Have one binder with copies of all important documents to grab if we bug out. Good point. The turkeys up here are huge this year. Okay. I divide the binders to topics: gardening, fishing and hunting, water, food, cooking and preserving, etc. That is definitely a good idea. If you don't divide it up, you will have a mess when you are looking for a certain information. My public library can rent materials for you from other libraries as well. That's awesome. If I bug out, I can't take a whole bookcase with me, but can grab a few binders. Yeah, it's less weight. Books would put a lot of weight to it. So a few binders, lightweight. I can use my university library for references, etc., both there and online resources. Alumni can still have access to all the research materials. Okay, good to know. The binders develop over time. Yeah, I agree with you. They usually develop over time. Okay, Chef Tech, take care, stay safe, stay vigilant. God bless. Thanks for stopping by. I have several truly important books in my library for what I do as a living. They are always with me. Yeah. Easier to share binders with other preppers too. They can copy pages instead of giving them a stack of books. I agree with that too. Much easier. Really good points. Binders is really good idea to have. Thank you, Hugo, for that tip. That makes everything easier. I have home repair books in case I need to do it myself someday. Yeah, that is definitely a good idea to have. Um, and books of. Do you folks also have various paper materials available in different sizes? Graph papers, drafting papers, etc. Archival paper. I can't say I have. I have my notebooks, my notebook and my notepad and printing papers. That's all I have. Everyone should have medical books, of course. Yeah, that too. I must get down inside the freezer that sits out of order to take photos and such to find the maintenance info. Oh, Lord. Deep diving in the freezer, huh? That sounds cool. Not. I like to keep several notebooks. Yeah, it doesn't hurt to have. They are cheap too. I keep notebooks on my animals, a gardening book, what's worked and what didn't. That is a good idea. Thanks for the tip. I have paper for drafting, rolls of certain types of graph papers. 3 foot wide roll at so many 100 feet long roll. I draft up patterns, but I also put them in some drafting programs. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea, Vanessa. That is something else that can be really useful to have. I have to look into that. Graph papers. Okay, that kind of project sketched up ideas are in my favorite type of notebook. I can carry in my notebook zipped binder case. It is also a map case with vinyl protective sleeves. Good point. And a good idea too. If you have a bug out plan, make copies to give you to your immediate family. May even have different one for kids and parents, so everyone know what to do. Yeah, Hoga, that sounds like definitely a good idea. I'm going to make up a double loop notebook with 3 types of papers so I can design projects in them easier. Yeah, that sounds like a really good idea too, Vanessa. Very good ideas. Hey, Mr. Mustalar. Good evening. And I haven't seen you here before, but you're very welcome anyway. You are most welcome. I check your channel, Mr. Mustalar, after the stream. I noticed I wasn't subscribed to you, so I'm gonna check you out. I found a company that sells an affordable punch for the double wire loop thingy. Notebook thick, hard cover, etc. I will stick some rain paper into it. Yeah, that is definitely a good idea to do. You have really good ideas there, Vanessa. So what do you have pay for the double wire loop thingy? What's the price tag on them? Books in my to read stack. 4 books by Joe Dolio: Fieldcraft, Pensive Operations, Communications, Baseline Military Training Manual. That sounds cool. I gotta check that dude up too. Never heard of Joe Dolio before. Having a supply of writing instruments is important. I agree with you about that one. Book, SHTF Survival Boot Camp by Silko Begovic. Okay. Books on tracking are good. I have 1X. Okay. I was thinking, can you really find books on how to tracking on a library? Prepper Communication, The Easy Way by Craig Buck. K41A. Okay. Never heard of that one either. Okay. That should allow me to make 50 notebooks. I can then give away some notebooks. Okay. 400, 200. Okay. That's a lot of money. But if you can get 50 notebooks out of it, it's nice. Basic SHTF Radio by Downshift. Sounds like a good one too. Sheep No More by Jonathan Gilliam. Yeah, it is, Vanessa. I agree with that. Definitely. That bear was nice to see up here. Okay. The Complete Guide to Tracking by Bob Cars. Okay. Going Home by A. American. Good book series. Okay. Yes, but it is better to do it that way, so if the notebooks sell and such, I can continue making them for others. I agree with that. Bob Carr's former SAS. Okay, good to know. My current notebook map book is a nylon zippered cover. I will make it in leather at some point. That sounds awesome, Vanessa. That will be really nice, actually. Backyard Livestock by Stephen Thomas, USDA, home canning, hydroponics book, meals in a jar, just some ideas. You have really interesting books, Hugo. Disaster Survival by Rich Johnson. I am making coasters out if leather. I will emboss my logo on. Those can be sold or given as gifts too. Okay, that sounds good, Vanessa. All kinds of topics depending on my mood. Lol. Yeah. You read, you choose a topic after your mood. I found that the Federal Library Depository in the region is great fun to go up and research stuff. Yeah, that sounds fun. Military tech manuals galore are in there, etc. Okay, that sounds really cool. They seem to have a lot of good stuff there, my friend. Manuals are always nice to have. Especially tech manuals. You never know when you need one. Sooner or later, you need one. Definitely. That is how I found all the nuts and block and tackle stuff and how to make them from logs, etc. That's really cool. That is definitely useful information. If you can get books about that. You can get books on candle making, soap making, making or waxing cheese. Yeah, I'm tackling the freezer job early tomorrow to get the specs on the freezer. Maybe it's an easy fix. Yeah, I hope so too, Vanessa. Okay, have to go. Good night, guys and girls. Faith, hope, and love. The same to you, dear love survival. Take care. Thanks for stopping by. Stay vigilant. And God bless. I finally found some Peregrine wax at a local store. I can't get it the usual places. Okay, why not? Paraffin, yeah. Books for entertainment in SHTF are good too. Yeah, that too. Definitely. Yeah, books for entertainment are really good to have, actually. They don't carry that wax anymore. I used to be able to buy it at grocery stores, but no longer. Okay. That sucks, really, Vanessa. Tools for Survival by James Wesley Rawls. Okay. That sounds like a very useful book, too. Survival Hack by Creek Stewart. Yeah. Yes, tools and how to use them. Hand tools, they are handy. My draw knife is over 100 years old. That's a old draw knife, my friend. That book I have. And I also have the other one, Advanced Bushcraft. Bushcraft. And I also have this one. I have both of them. I know he has written more books than that, but yeah, that one I have also. The fourth edition. That one. So I have a lot of books. My medical situation is beyond emergency med. In institute, I will survive as long as the needed meds are able to be found. Yeah. Not me, but some people would want books to teach children. Yeah, that too. First aid and wound protection, etc., are important. I agree with you about that one too. Good book. Yeah, it is. Ah, you mean the Sunwind mini flame? Yeah. Then that one needs a P5 gas tube, which is a 5 kilo. I have a home remedy book for cats and dogs. Okay. I probably need to get a book like that. Math teacher. I'm always willing to teach everyone in that subject. Vanessa, do you teach chicken math? My flock keeps increasing low. A P5 gas tube. Um, I'll show you. Well, that was a PC5. Yeah, that is. It's a tube in that size, 5 kilo. The news stations are saying Iran has just launched a bunch of drones toward Israel. Okay. I tutored a 72-year-old English major who graduated with me back in 2000. She was a blast to tutor. Yeah, I bet she was. By the way, my quail are finally laying. So excited. Good. Books to distress and spiritual books are good to have on hand. Yeah, that too. I told her when we first met that I will show her that she has been doing the math all life, so she shouldn't worry so much over the classes. Okay. But anyway, this is the kind of tube I need for my Sunwind. There is a book at the library, resource only, can't borrow. That tells you resources, government, and other agencies for every need you have. Yeah, I agree with that. Paper will be important. Yeah, definitely. I can make lots of things, but not paper. Well, you can make paper by yourself, but it's time consuming. And it's really tricky. I worked at the oldest paper mill in the US. I was the raw materials quality inspector, special projects. Okay. You have been doing a lot of things, don't you, Vanessa? I can't say I have. Libraries sometimes offer meeting rooms for free to reserve if needed. Oh, okay, that's cool. Libraries can be a safe, neutral place to meet. I agree with you about that one. Definitely. The best thing with libraries is they are so quiet. So you can focus on what you're doing. And it's usually a lot of people in libraries too, so most of the time people do what they are are there for. So borrowing certain books they need. But I definitely agree with you, Hugo, about that one. Music and language books. Yeah, that is something you definitely can find there, and that without problem. And most libraries has also student literature, so in various topics or subjects. Book clubs can be a way to meet people with similar interests. I agree with that. But there are a lot of different book clubs. Some book clubs is a when it comes to books is a little bit of mix of everything. People don't take advantage of all the library has to offer. I agree with that. I definitely agree with that. Libraries by me stopped charging late fees during pandemic and never started fees back up. Okay. I don't think they thought about to activate it again. They probably do at some point, but they usually do. I have known college students that can't afford a textbook for class but checked the book out from the library until they could afford to buy it. Okay, yeah, that is another way to solve the problem. Yeah, those textbooks for students can be really pricey. They are really high in price. So if you can find the same book in the library, it's awesome. some books students need. You can buy them for somewhere between $70 and up. Yeah, Huga, I agree with you about that one too. I think all parents should be taking their kids to the library regularly. Yeah, that would be a good idea. I remember when I was a kid, we always went to the school library. And that is because we needed to learn how to do this right way, how we should search for the books. But when I was a kid, it was only cards you had to search for with a certain book. So that was fun. I remember those cards. And when you find the book, you took that card, and then you go walk to the shelf and find the book, and then you get to the librarian, and she put a stamp on that card and put it in the book, and then it was done basically. Was in a summer reading program with my dog. She was certified therapy dog. Kids practicing reading would read to the dog because it's less intimidating than reading to an adult. Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with you, Hugo, about that one. That can be feel pretty intimidating if you do read to an adult, so especially if you're a kid. One cute little girl would read to my dog under this table. It was really cute. Yeah, I bet it is. Well, as long as they read. It's really cute when a kid do that. And I hope your dog liked it, whatever she was reading. Libraries can be good places to organize a community assistance program, food or items after a crisis. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I agree definitely with you, Hugo, about that one. First of all, they have the space, so that makes everything easy to set everything up. If you need to set up some tables, it's easy. And two, a library can take a lot of people too. So that's good. Good point. Centuries ago, not a lot of people knew how to read. I agree. But these days, most of the kids, they most of the time they sit in the front of the computer screen. They rarely take a book from the shelf and read it. It's nice to have, well, it's nice to read things on the computer too, but holding a real physical book in your hand, that is another story. Yes, it's nice to disconnect sometimes. Yeah, the kids these days are so used to all this technology we have not these days, so they rather stuck in front of the computer or the phone, or they play video games instead of reading. Libraries are a great place for cookbooks. Yeah, that too. It seems that the kids go crazy when they don't have access to their phones. Um, yeah, I agree with that. But for you and me, when we were kids, we didn't have these kind of stuff back then. We didn't have any computers, we didn't have any mobile phones. So Of course, a phone is a good tool when you need it, but it's not good to sit 24/7 in front of a phone, and you have to do other things. The problem is technology can be pretty addicted. You can be addicted to it. So if something happens, that there will be let's say a long-term grid down, and the towers the cell towers keep running for 24 hours maximum. That's what they have in as a reserve energy, and that is for 24 hours. Then they are down. So what will happen when you don't have any possibilities to use the phones as you used to do? Yeah, I agree with you, Hugo, about that. Definitely. Yeah. Yeah, you have those ice storms, and those can really knock out the local cell phone towers. They will be dealing with SHTF while going through addicted withdrawal from their phone. Yeah, that will be a problem. Like your generation, my generation, and Prepper for the Ages generation. Well, we didn't had any cell phones when we were kids. So now, when we have cell phones, well, they are a very useful tool, and it makes life easier at some point. But we can handle it much better. So I have been on a 7-day scout camps. Um, and that was not a problem too. I didn't use my phone that much because we were busy with everything else. I agree with you, CB. I definitely agree with you about that one. No, we didn't have internet or that constant connectedness. I agree. If you want to see what happened, just look up Ice Storm December 12, 2008, Leomin's Minster on YouTube. Okay, will do. I agree, CB. I agree. I agree. Yeah, without phones, people will have to have social skills. Yes, indeed. And that can be a problem for the young generations, the younger generations. And I think that when the younger um, generation uh, if they can't use their phones and you say, hey, take a book and sit down and read, they would probably say, that's boring. And their ability to read books will be a little bit more difficult because that takes some practice. To read on a phone or a computer is pretty easy. And I think also that almost everyone has a computer, especially in the younger generations. Not so much of the elder generation. Of course, there are those in the elder generations um, that has computers as well. But I was thinking about one certain skill, and that is using a pen and write things down. To write down important notes. So if people are very used to use the computer, the skill to use a pen and write down the information will be less. That skill will probably get lost. Well, he had to jump out. He had things to do. He had things to do with his garden, if I remember it correct. But he was here for a little bit over an hour. So, yeah, indeed, CB. Indeed. Our generation is going to take over writing in cursor. Yeah, indeed. So, to use a pen, I think that skill will get lost because everybody in the younger generation are so used to use a computer and a keyboard. But in our generation, we are used to use a pen because that was what we had. Okay, we had a typewriter, but most of the time you used a pen when you had to write things down. Yes, Huga, you got here late. Handwriting was a big part of developing kids' fine motor skills. Now it's typing, but not the same fine motor skills. I agree with you about that, CB. I definitely agree with you about that. Hey, Howie, good to see you. And welcome back, by the way. But I agree with you about that, CB. Handwriting is definitely a big part of developing kids' fine motor skills. Definitely. I can agree with that. What's the temperature, Howie? 15 plus or 20 plus? Yeah, sun is strong today. Yeah, it's usually are this time of the year. This time of the year. 15, okay. That's hot, definitely. Yes, from a technical side, they are losing certain fine motor skills using a keyboard. Yeah. And for one reason, typing on a keyboard doesn't require fine motor skills. It does not. £70 here today. Okay, CB. Late afternoon now, and it was hotter earlier. Okay. Using a keyboard, it's just pushing the buttons, and it's not the same thing to use a pen like this. So I think now water has no color. If I didn't have YouTube, I would have to learn everything from books. Indeed. And that was what we had to do when we were younger, CB. No, and lose the hand-eye coordination without writing. Most don't look at the keys. I agree. Yeah, Howie, I bet you have a lot of books of garden about gardening. And those you don't have, you borrow on the library, right? Lol, CB. What color is dehydrated water, Howie? If we had to buy every book. Large book collection of plants. That's good. I agree. That would cost a lot. I agree. Some books cannot be replaced. That, my friend, is something I can agree with. Plant identification books with pictures are very useful. I agree with that too. A lot of books of plants in my local. Yeah, definitely. That is something I really need to get. Libraries have large print books for those with decreased vision. Yeah, they have. Yeah, the plant app don't work after EMP. I agree with that. I definitely agree with you about that one, Howie. The libraries here have similar things. Um, uh, Here as well. So for those who have decreased vision. Plant books. Yeah. There we have it. And I was thinking about medicinal plants. Good to have a book about that one too. But as I said, yeah, Huga, I agree with that. I would like to find a good medicinal herb foraging book for my local area. That is a good idea because every state has their own different plants, especially in the US. Took an herb class few years ago. Teacher said, "Watch out online because AI is now writing stuff that isn't completely correct." I agree with that. Weeks ago. Okay. Yeah, that is the problem with the AI. Yeah, that is a problem. She said AI is writing articles and even books or manuals with incorrect info. Yes, I agree with you about that. She said, look up the author to be sure they are real and have experience. Yeah, that too. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. They need at least to have 20, 25 years of experience because in that case they are considered experts. Well, my apartment is very quiet now because it's late, first of all. Yeah, it's 11 to 11:35 p.m. 25 minutes to midnight. So yes, it's late. Burning the midnight oil. Midnight oil, that beds are burning, midnight oil, the group. I think book binding, mailing books would be interesting to learn. Yeah. It's okay, CB. No worries. Banker's quote. Yeah, book binding. There is not many who do that anymore. I know you could take some classes on book how binding here in Sweden. Back when they used oil lamps to burn the midnight oil and work late. Yeah. Well, I'm getting ready for Earth Day. I am collecting biomass in my local. Okay, Howie, take care. Stay safe, my friend. Thanks for stopping by. God bless. That sounds like a good idea, CB. That sounds like a really good idea. Thank you, Howie. I appreciate it. I have always talked about starting a blog. Yeah, you should do that, Hugo. That would be a good idea. And what would that blog be about? Homesteading, gardening, or a blog about dogs? Kids don't use writing diaries anymore. It's good for them. I agree. Well, it's maybe our generation CB who uses writing diaries. Don't know. Could be a lot of things. Yeah. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. Yeah. Yeah, I agree with you. Even if it's online typing, it would be a good diary. Yeah, definitely. Definitely. And there are a lot of uh, different blog sites you can use if you want to write a blog. Some are better than others. Writing letters isn't taught much anymore either. No, I agree with that. Um, I know people, I heard from one I know who working for the municipality, and um, he delivered, took care of the mail for the municipality. And libraries can be a good place for performance and singing a piano, etc. Uh, and he told me there was a letter, and the problem was it was written the wrong way on the envelope. That person who write the address and name and things like that did it the wrong way. So writing cursive isn't taught at all. Us old people have a secret code. Lol. Yeah. Yeah, I know that at least here in my city, they you usually have some music and things like that on the libraries. My library used to have family game night with old board games. That's cool. Yeah, old board games. That's fun. Like chess. And they probably had some card games too. It sounds fun actually that the library have a game night, family game night. Libraries can have info for older folks like insurance or resources or classes on electronics, internet, email, etc. Yeah. Hey, Shannon. Welcome back. Job fairs, mock interviews at libraries. Yeah. Just got back from the hospital. Mom has to stay another day. Okay. Tutoring at the library. Yeah. I hope she will get out of the hospital soon, I hope. I hope she will be back home tomorrow. I hope she will be okay at the end. To be at the hospital is not fun, but sometimes you have to. It's my mother-in-law. She's spraying bug killer in her apartment, so all the toxic chemicals. She has early dementia. Okay. Oh Lord. Well, that is not good. Well, I remember when I was a kid, me and my brother, we had wallpapers in our bedroom, and it was yellow flowers. and a green background. So what me and my brother did, Bud, was we took as you call it, bug killer spray, and sprayed the wallpapers with it. And this was me in the middle of the winter. And it was basically fog of that spray. So my mother opened the window and lifted me and my brother out in the snow. And we were just had a t-shirt and underwear. So, but me and my brother got fresh air, and that is something kids do. She was also bathing in vinegar. Uh, oh man, that is not really good. Yeah, I agree with the CB. She's in the right place at the moment. Vinegar, bathing in it. That cannot be good. My son once thought he would wax the hardwood floor with baby oil. Thought he was helping. Okay, that one was new. She won't take certain meds because she does not think she has dementia. Okay. That is a little bit of a problem when that happens. Thanks, EB, for the tip. Well, Shannon, that is a classic. That is a classic comment. She literally did not know her own daughter yesterday at the hospital. Oh man, that's tough. Hang in there, Shannon. That's hard. Shannon, hang in there. Not sure about the vinegar. First time I heard that one. Yeah, me too, CB. That is the first time I heard anything like that myself. You are most welcome, Shannon. Yeah, I agree with you about that one, Huga. It's definitely hard and tough. And it will be even tougher and harder. So, the meds are really important. Her whole apartment smells like vinegar and bug spray. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord, my friend. And I believe that is not a pleasant combination of smells. Oh, Lord, that cannot be. If she doesn't think she has dementia, accepting help will be tough for her. The hospital social workers can help you. Okay, that's good. Yeah. Yeah, I bet it is, Shannon. It's always hard for the relatives. Especially when it comes to the family and that close to the family. I agree, CB. I agree. Definitely. Yeah, that could turn out to be really bad. So lucky, yeah. Yeah, you did, CB. Yes, you did. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord, Shannon. That sucks, really, my friend. Now you have to deal with her apartment. She clearly can't go back. Yeah, get out of that smell out of the apartment will be a nightmare. And the problem is you never know how bug spray and vinegar will react with each other. You never know. Shannon, let's hope she will agrees to that. That would be the best. That sucks too, Shannon. I agree, CB. You're most welcome, Shannon. And I agree with you about that, CB. Definitely. We are just glad to help you out, Shannon. That is why what we you have friends for. But I agree with CB. Therapy, physical and occupational, will also help. They can help you get to the resources you will need. Good tips, CB. Definitely a good tip and a good advice. Both my mother-in-law and younger sister-in-law in the healthcare field. Both were home health care. They know the process well. Well, yeah, that's good. Hospitals also have a person called a patient advocate. They can do all sorts of things, advocate for the patient with the hospital and others to get what they need. Yeah, that is good, Shannon. Yes, EB. Me too. Okay, Shannon, no problem. Family comes first. Yeah, that is a good point, CB. Libraries here deliver to nursing homes. They bring and pick up books for residents. Okay, that's good. They have to do a MRI, so not going home just yet. Okay, good. That is good. Oh. That is not good. Okay, CB, thanks for stopping by. Thanks for stopping by, Hugo. I appreciate it. And I agree, CB, no contrast for her. Okay, Prepper for the Ages. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate that. Take care, stay safe, stay vigilant, stay prepared, and God bless. Thank you. We will. But anyway, I think I'm going to wrap things up now anyway. So it's 14 minutes after midnight here. So I think I'm in this stream now. But thank you guys for stopping by and take care, stay safe, stay vigilant. God bless. Have a great weekend and have a great upcoming week as well. And I will see you guys next week, next Saturday. Same time, same channel. And I'm out. Thank you, Shannon. And you take care. Stay safe. And try to relax, Shannon. Have a nice day.